Hey, what's going on? Black Hole Radio, Astralarius, here again. Looks like Trump and Netanyahu, they're meeting up at the White House. So I figured I was gonna eat my little breakfast here, hang out with y'all. Got a few hours in between streams. So instead of catching up with the news, we could witness the news in real time, right? Hope y'all are having a wonderful morning, wonderful day, all the good stuff. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Looks like we're still setting up over here, right? So have some good vibes, some tunes. Hopefully I will get to Fallout 4 later on today. Hopefully. I might have one quick errand to run. Just need to put some gas in my spaceship. But I appreciate y'all for coming over to the black hole, getting sucked in. Gotta put some gas in it. That's what I'm doing right now as well. Put some gas in it. Chat on screen here. Thinking of a poll for the day. We'll see. We'll see. Sometimes I neglect to do a poll. You know how it is. It's a lot of preamble, right? Y'all are drinking coffee, or whatever you're drinking. Cheers. I'm drinking coffee. I'm gonna run that back one more time because I really do like the vibe of this one. It feels like it fits the aesthetic. Listening to Audio Library. Check out their channel on YouTube. Or quote unquote copyright free music. Guys, right here. If you like what you're hearing. I'm over here thinking I was gonna be late. I swear I'm never late to these things. covered so much yesterday. I feel like I'm gonna have to repeat some of it for the mods that didn't make it last night, because I was interested in getting some of their takes with the different time zones everybody's in. Sometimes it's hit or miss. You're on the east coast of the US. A lot of times you might catch me around 2-3 a.m. That's the weird thing. I don't know why. I just feel compelled to wake up at that time. I feel compelled to stream at that time. I'm like, this is a reasonable time to you know, get into this. This leaves me enough time to get some sleep. Astro did not have enough time to get sleep. I'm feeling this is going to be an interesting one, just because of how much Israel and whatnot comes up in my stream, in terms of, you know, chat and just online. You know, I see it mentioned more and more. I'm gonna try this. Yeah, this is not the vibe I'm going for, guys. This is not it. No. Not that it's bad. Just not what we're going for. Right? What was I saying? I was saying, yeah, it seems like Israel is not necessarily even a partisan topic so much, right? It feels almost bipartisan. Seems like you could be a lefty and support them. You could be a lefty and not support them, or support our, you know, the U.S.'s relationship. You could be a right-wing person and be in support, or be a right-wing person and not be in support, right? Obviously, there's a lot of nuance. But I feel like it's just one of those topics that sort of extend past the partisan stuff. I mean, maybe some of it's drawn on those lines, but I try to notice where those ideas lie and how they kind of bleed over. Right? For example, Epstein. That seems to be kind of a bipartisan situation when it comes to people, because you have people on the left that are like, where are the files? And you have people on the right that are asking, where are the files? Right? So I think that's another one of those topics that is, you know, bipartisan when it comes to like normal people, right? Another one, now this is more of a personal thing, right? But UAPs, you know, I'm really into that. And I've liked how the UAP hearings have been bipartisan for the most part. Only this most recent one, out of all of them, I don't remember politics being brought up too much. But this most recent one, it was brought up a little bit. But still, in terms of like relative to everything else out there, I would say it was a solid hearing. But that's one of my, I don't know, pleasures. The UAP topic. Hey, Brick Wall Waterfall. Hey, welcome back. I love your name. I got out of my cryogenics tube not too long ago here, and we're just trying to catch this this meeting, Netanyahu, Trump. Oh, yeah, I'm running back to this one because I'm just afraid to click on anything. We randomly started listening to birthday music this morning at some point, but it actually fit. Luis Alexander? Hold up. Why do you say that? Oh, wait, yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure before I started spouting off. He was a former senior intelligence official for the U.S. government who ran a Pentagon program investigating UAP. It's such a complicated topic, right? Because if there is this giant cover-up, then psyops would, run amok, right? So that's the concern. But the fact that the programs exist to investigate, study, document, and whatnot, all of these phenomena points to something. The fact that they're releasing footage, people, some people will say a distraction. I mean, it's possible, but you're taking political risk, I would say, by supporting something like that. So I would think the politicians that are entertaining the idea would be careful to sort of run down those leads and make sure it seems legit. Because if they come out and they're like, oh my gosh, we need to release the UFOs and the UAPs and to tell the American people, and then it turns out they were just bamboozled by some guy, I think politically that could be really damaging for them. So just from like a survival sort of aspect, the fact that we're seeing it talked about in a more mainstream sense, I think, lends credibility to it. But you also have to understand the government. It's kind of hard for them to come out and be like, hey guys, we've been lying to you for the past century. So I feel like they're in a weird pickle. Anyway, damn, I did not expect to go into UAPs so early on. But I am not complaining. Even an ex-Israel space defense official or minister or something had a sort of UAP / extraterrestrial story. Maybe we'll dive into that at some point. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to connect the threads here between what we're talking about and what we're going to be talking about. We enjoyed the hearings with Grush and Graves and Commander Fravor. I just get bad vibes for Elizondo and Jeremy Corbell. Look, oh my gosh. Jeremy Corbell really rubbed me the wrong way for the longest time. Kind of still. I mean, I hate to say that because he is out there doing the work. He is out there talking to these people. I think he's the reason Bob Lazar went on Joe Rogan. Yeah, he's a big mover in the scene. And I don't want to take anything away from him, right? Doing more than I'm doing. All right. But I know what you mean. Early on, I was just hoping it wasn't a grift. I don't like people that just are trying to get on this to make money. They don't really care about the topic. And yeah, they kind of hurt the topic by engaging with it. And I don't think Jeremy Corbell does that. But I get what you mean, especially during that Bob Lazar, Joe Rogan podcast, right? No, right? No actual reason to think it. It's just uncanny. I know what you mean. That's the thing. But I just want to be fair and everything. Because again, you're taking on a risk by engaging with these topics from a professional standpoint. A lot of people might think you're a kook. So I don't want to be overly critical of how people are coming off, right? Obviously, we should still be critical. I'm not saying believe everything, right? XX, welcome back. We're getting started early today. That way we could actually make it to gaming, right? I was too tired by the end of it this morning. This morning. There's no time out here at the black hole, so it doesn't really matter, but... Link in the description to the channel, y'all. You know, audio library. This is where I've been, you know, sourcing some music for stream. To, you know, supposed to be copyright free. You know, trying not to get claimed and having to mute a bunch of my VODs. We'll eventually get it figured out, no worries. Not sure. I woke up, I saw this was happening. I was like, you know what? I just finished my eggs, rice, meats, and there's all sorts of stuff. It's very good, very tasty. And I have my cup of coffee here. Guys, cheers, cheers. And I was like, oh, well, let's hop on here while I've got some time and catch this together. And let's learn together what they're getting on about. Will they take questions? Will the journalists go hard? Well, you're about to find out. Wait, 2:04 p.m. No, 2:04. Where are you? You're at the East Coast of the United States, or at least that time zone, right? There's no time or space here, y'all. We're in a fold of time and space. I generally just reference Eastern Standard Time. That way we could all, you know, have something to work off of. I don't think you guys have universal clocks over there. So I visit Earth often though. It's just time out here is a little weird. But welcome to the black hole. They keep teasing me like they're about to start, like they're about to do something. All right, we're about to circle back though. Oh, no. Oh, did it disappear? Yes, I think it was this one. Was it this one? Oh, this is pop, never mind. It was this one I really actually liked. I don't want to say like I actually liked. It sounds kind of bad. I like a lot of them. Just depends what mood I'm in. See, Carol. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you doing? He wants to be Howard Stern. Dude, so many people have likened me to Howard Stern. I'm taking it as a compliment, right? But it's really funny. And I was like, what are you guys talking about? And then we were pulling up pictures of Howard Stern, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what is happening? I also like Art Bell. I need to listen to like old Howard Stern. I do want to study, you know, the greats, right? Art Bell I enjoy as well, and I've been trying to listen to, you know, his past stuff. Some people are like, he wants to be Sideshow Bob so bad. Scrumptious. Just another day surviving the Matrix. I hear you. I hear you. Are you surviving or are you thriving? Right? It was like the next day or the day after that. It was like the president would like at 11 o'clock. Pretty good though. Pretty good. Pretty good. Appreciate you for asking. When my cryogenics tube is working and I'm not up for 3 to 5 days at a time, it's good here, you know? As you know, sleeping with, you know, a giant black hole outside your window can have some, well, it could create some difficulties. I feel like this is inspirational. I feel inspired, and that's okay. Let's keep running with it. I kind of like this. Barely surviving these days, if you're totally honest. No, I feel you. And that's a lot of people. That's the thing. That is a lot of people. I mean, how many people are, you know, living in a car in my chat? Yeah, something interesting is just meeting some of, well, I mean, I guess engaging with you guys, right? You know, learning your stories. If you guys post videos or, you know, have your content, we like to pull that up on stream and whatnot if you're interested in sharing. But there is, you know, somebody in chat that, or a few people that have talked about like their homeless situations, and I find it really interesting. Not to say like that's your situation, but it's just, you know, one of those things out there that are difficult for people, right? And I've been in that, so I get it. I've been there a couple times. Of course, if I you know, I had a car, so I don't consider that homeless. I consider that houseless. Having a car is like being homeless on easy mode. Okay. I don't know. That's just what I say. It's like it's something I think. And I used to tell myself, I'm like, I'm not homeless. I have a car. I think we're getting close to starting up here. Sir Thriving. Sir Thriving. Yo, that's what we're doing, guys. We're Sir Thriving out here. Wait, what game? Oh, we're not playing a game right now. I mean, I'm trying to get to Fallout 4 later, if that's what you're referencing. And maybe Project Zomboid if people are trying to play. Crystal, are you in chat? I know you've been wanting to play Zomboid, and I keep saying we will, eventually. But then I get caught up on this stuff, and sometimes this stuff takes a long time, okay? Can't see him, but he's back there. Right now he's over here. Black Hole Radio. Get sucked in. Wait, where's the backwards hat? Oh my gosh. Confidence. He's exuding confidence. If y'all guys are liking the vibe so far, you know, we try to cultivate a freedom of speech here. You know, we got all sorts of different moderators coming from all sorts of different places in the world, all sorts of different ideas, right, left, center, striped, polka dotted, blue, green. But if you're liking the vibe, hit the like button. The tech overlords like it. They say the more likes you get, the more we'll push you out there. And I'm like, okay, I think I could do that. I guess you could dislike if you don't like it. I heard any engagement's good. So, I mean, hey, whatever you're feeling. If you woke up to find piss in your cereal, go ahead and hit the dislike button, guys. I get it. I feel it. Sometimes days be like that. So thriving, like I said. Steven! Welcome back. I didn't know I was even feeling this vibe, but it's working. I am probably gonna circle back one more time. Alright, well now I can't even find it. Well, this is who we're listening to, guys. Link in the description there somewhere. Can you just wake up to the chord plays? I don't know, some people are weird. Ooh, guys, we're at 5,369 subscribers. I think just stop subscribing. It's a pretty solid number. It's got one of the magic numbers in there. likened to that of the Fibonacci. Apparently, right? Apparently. Hold up. X says, when living in a car, you're living in a mobile home, you could drive to somewhere safe to sleep. I felt more at peace in my car a few times that I camped. Yeah, in your old ghetto apartment. Yeah. There is a freedom to it. If you're new to it, it could be freaky not knowing where you're allowed to sleep. Planet Fitness is solid because it's 24/7 generally. You know, the lights are on in the parking lot and people aren't really going to bother you, at least in my experience. But I'd be lying if I'd say, you know, I was never woken up by police. They're like, what are you doing over here? And I'm like, I'm sleeping, officer. Obviously, I am passed out. It is 3 a.m. I'm in a car and I'm obviously asleep, and you had to knock on the window and wake me up. Why am I surrounded? Seems like an excessive use of resources. By blackout windows, yeah. I think I was in a fishbowl too at that point. You know, no tint. I still don't have tint, guys. My car is old enough to drink. All right, stick shift, okay. Not even at 200,000 miles yet, though. Anyway. Now I orbit a black hole. Pretty decent rent. No HOA. Yeah, we're far out from a lot of things out here, you know? But it works. It works. I wanted to start a shelter, very cheap house rental where it's modeled after Japanese. Yes, you know, I've wondered that too, because hostels are very cheap. Like if you travel, yeah, I remember I went somewhere and a friend of mine who was on the trip, I think he was staying at a place for like $15 or $20 a night. And I'm like, whoa. And he was sharing the room with people. It was for, I want to say backpackers, single people, you know, that type of, you know, vibe and everything. But you couldn't beat the price. And, you know, I've seen those like pod hotels or whatever. You would think we could do something like that, right? You know, very affordable. There is a lot of other stuff you have to consider because homelessness, a lot of times it's not just, oh, give them a house. It'd be nice if it was that simple. And in some cases, I mean, it is that simple, you know, for a lot of people. But there's, you know, also drug abuse, addiction, mental health, stuff like that, right? So it's a complicated issue to solve. I've thought about it quite a bit. And I've realized it's not a one-size-fits-all issue or solution for the issue. So a big warehouse or something. Yeah. Privacy, security, yeah. Yeah, the drug den situation, again, had some experience, you know, working in sort of the social work sphere. And, I don't know, being friends and whatnot with homeless people and trying to be helpful. And I've had a lot of conversations with different people in different positions. And some of them, I don't know, I'm not going to speak for, you know, a bunch of people. I'm not going to say this is the vast majority or anything like that because everybody has a different story. And it's obviously not the case. But some of them liked how they lived. You know, they had a tent, right in some cut somewhere in some trees. And they, you know, they had a whole setup there. They had like 3 or 4 tents. It was like a little town. And, you know, they'd hang out there. They'd come out. They'd make their change on the street. And they'd, you know, buy their stuff. They'd buy their food. They'd smoke, do their thing, drink. And they seemed pretty happy, to be honest. I mean, they were like happy, go lucky, whatever people. But that's just how they chose to live. And, you know, I had conversations about it and stuff. And I kind of understood it. So yeah, exactly. And then the addiction part makes it complicated. This again, it's not a one size fits all. You know, if I had $1 billion, well, actually, I mean, with enough resources and, you know, time and attention, yes, I think you can probably solve most of it, actually. But big brother, I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds very interesting, though. What's this device? What are your guys' thoughts on Conplan 8888? Look it up. Military plans, okay? Conplan, C-O-N, I believe, P-L-A-N, 8888. I'm just saying. We might have to do some investigating. But please, let me know about the device. Oh my gosh, I really thought this was about to start. Okay. This is how they get you. They tease you. Oh, element 115. Let's pull Bob Lazar in here. Okay. Dr. Maxis is doing further studies and the possible instability of. Look, we're gonna get to that during our sort of, I don't know, paranormal, UAP, extraterrestrial. I need a name. I need a name for these segments. When we get into all that, I'll pull it up. I'm interested. What do you think, big brother? What do you think about Bob Lazar? Is he full of shit? I like his story. Yeah, definitely a complicated set of circumstances. Sometimes I move up the chat, sometimes I move down it. I might throw chat on the screen. That way we could get some transparency out here, see if, you know, YouTube is silencing us. We could have another game. What words is YouTube not allowing through the chat today? Hey, it's their platform. What can I say, guys? You know, I appreciate, you know, having the ability to do this, right? Although I feel like we should be able to say what's on our mind, not have to use all these euphemistic language. Make it harder to communicate between each other, you know? But hey, who am I? I'm just a guy orbiting a black hole. Wait, you're saying Bob Lazar is a racist? What? He refuses to work with German scientists known as... What? I have not heard this. Oh, that was supposed to go to your mom. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a bit aggressive, you know. I'm not gonna tell you how to, you know, talk to your mom or anything. It's a bit crazy. But to each their own. It looks like something is happening. I think JD Vance has been spotted. Can't tell, I'm only seeing the back of his head. But all right. Yo, big brother, you crazy. Shh, guys. I think it's starting. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, that's one I'm not really too deep into. We could always run down that one, but I'm just kind of like, I don't know about that one. Bob Gilman? Or Gimlin? Okay, we'll have to check it out. I haven't gone too far down the Sasquatch rabbit hole. Guyliner? What do you mean? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, throw some links in the Discord. Reaper, true. Guys, enjoy the fruits of this delicious world. I know things get heated. I know we argue. You know, we got a lot of different opinions here, but let's try to get along. You know, at the end of the day. Agree to disagree. Have a drink. Enjoy each other's company. Oh, God, if this takes any longer to start, I'm going to have to shave. I feel that. I feel like, you know, when I'm talking about, for example, crop circles, right? They seem like super woo-woo silliness. But when you actually just do a little bit, you know, you look into them a little bit, you're like, well, this is kind of odd. This is a little weird. Have we done the crop circle? No, we've done the crop circle Y-Files video, right? Y-Files, guys, oof, cannot recommend them enough. Solid content on YouTube. Top tier content, I should say. Hopefully I don't have to drink through this. Oh, Lord. Well, they do say it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so. You live in Chicago? How is it in Chicago? Does it need saving? Or is it being overblown? Eyeliner. Every time JD Vance appears anywhere on this screen, the eyeliner allegations go crazy. It'd be wild if he came out and was like, okay, well, like in the future, and he's like sponsoring eyeliner. Eyeliner for men. I don't know what it is about his eyes. I mean, they just kind of pop, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is a big, big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East,
I appreciate
and
the
Israel and neighbors.
The energy, Carol, I do. However, you got to be careful about calling people subhuman. Let me tell you why. We've seen a lot of violence, a lot of political violence, okay? And I think the dehumanizing of people and the celebration of murder is bad, right? And I don't want this community to engage in it, right? We might really dislike somebody, you know, each of us personally and stuff. If we could structure that dislike, channel that you know, hatred into like a productive message, right? Saying it in a way that doesn't necessarily incite violence. That is the goal here.
Of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our...
I feel you. We're going to have to investigate Gaza and everything.
In Europe. Europe has been very much involved.
Appreciate you.
And as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to the...
Sorry, big brother, I'm sorry.
We have to get a lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings...
I know, big brother.
...and dialogue that we had with so many countries...
Careful, though.
Saudi Arabia, as an example. The king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day.
What's going on, slow and low?
The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015, and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men, and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately.
That'd be good.
But in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it. To demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully. As progress is made toward achieving these goals, Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, you'd have our full backing to do what you
see if it works today.
Would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again,
working on
something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days.
I generally try to put chat on the screen. YouTube likes to censor comments and stuff, and it kind of gives you guys an idea if your comment comes through. But sometimes it will not let me put it on the screen. I'm working on it. It should hopefully work here soon.
And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now.
Weird.
I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch.
What's going on, GIK?
Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed, and soldiers have been killed.
Been running out laws.
And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very
Putin
important.
in chat. What's going on?
Meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things. Please get the hostages back, and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that, because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them, and they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords, they're amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them filled up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But
that's a way to put it.
I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it, please don't do it. It'll end the whole world, please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it, and leaders of countries were calling me, and I think it was on a Thursday that I did it, and they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron. That's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al-Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. we agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful, powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try, and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership, and I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with, and it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement. And I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. and I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy. It's tough going. But I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists. It wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen. It wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, and many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries, and may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi.
Taking questions or?
So
going
I
on,
think
Dirty? What's
while
going
we
on,
wait
Slow?
for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it
Tilly,
maybe
what's
is
up?
not really appropriate to take
Yeah, I
questions.
figured they
I'm
weren't
meeting
going to take
with, as you
questions.
know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open.
I don't think he wants journalists.
They're going to have to do some things.
Stirring the
because
pot here.
Their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions, or would you like to take a
Yeah,
question?
prob-
or two from
I mean-
perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing.
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is,
Yeah, I figured.
we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the
I think
issue first, I think. No,
Yeah, no, they're not taking questions. There's too much at stake right now. There's too many parties involved. It just takes one journalist asking the wrong question, Netanyahu saying the wrong thing. I like transparency, and I kind of want them to answer questions, but I can see how that's risky. I could see that. Is that gonna be? I think that's gonna be all, right? Oh, what do we got here?
Clear, I should say, whether Netanyahu is fully 100% on board with this complete plan. That was one of the questions we were going to ask. Also, how much time does Hamas have to respond?
This is coming
to
from
all
Fox,
loud and clear
Fox
from the
5,
president? What
Washington,
happens
D.C.
If they don't agree, the president saying that if Hamas rejects this deal, that he would then give Netanyahu his full backing to go ahead, in his words, do what you have to do. Netanyahu making clear that he believes that this is essentially the last chance for a deal like this. But again, another question, whether there's any room here to negotiate. Is this truly a take it or leave it deal? The president, though, clearly touting that they have been able to at least get this far, that Israel is broadly speaking on board with this, but a lot of questions about where this goes from here. And also some notable changes here, Elizabeth, from what the president was saying just a couple of months ago when he came before cameras, actually when Netanyahu first visited the White House once Trump was reelected. And the president then said that he believed the Palestinians would likely have to leave Gaza. Now he is saying that they would be encouraged to stay there. Well, what changed his mind? Also, lots of questions about the nuts and bolts here. Who would pay for the redevelopment of Gaza? What does that look like? So we have a lot of broad strokes here, but still a lot of X factors, a lot of questions. The biggest being, what does Hamas think of this, and where does all of this go from here, Elizabeth?
I guess we can't hear him. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm not sure who this is, but you know, if you want her coverage, go over to Fox. It looks like Fox 5, Washington D.C. On YouTube to catch her coverage. If anyone knows the name though, throw it out there. I'm just not sure. What do you guys think? I mean, ultimately, it sounds positive. My whole outlook, I have to do a lot more research myself, but my whole outlook is a war ending is generally ideal, right? Now, of course, you know, the terms of the ending is, you know, important. The devil's in the details, right? Appreciate y'all. If you like the vibe, the chaos in chat, the friends you meet along the way, hit the like button. Not Laws, you said it's almost misleading. Coverage, content, whatever you guys want to call that. I mean, she's acting as a journalist. In my eyes, right? She's out there, you know, in a lot of senses doing more than me. I mean, we're doing the same thing, but she's actually, you know, going to the place, right? So I gotta pay that, you know, respect and everything. Turn this down a little bit. Sin. You guys are talking about sin. Yeah, I've been meaning to start reading the Bible, right? So I could engage in your guys' you know, theological conversations a little bit deeper, right? Among other holy texts, right? I need to work through the popular holy texts of humanity. Sacred, holy, what have you. Yeah, if it ends, that's a plus. I mean, of course, I would say generally, yes. War ending is generally good. So, wait, one of your favorite Bible verses. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. He said, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years, as the men's are. If she does not please the man who bought her, he may allow her to be bought back again. Could you source that for me? Or just give me the verse? I was actually just having this conversation with somebody of all of the, you know, weird stuff in the Bible. For example, one of my issues, and this is why I want to read. I need to read these things to, you know, have a better understanding. You know, slavery being, you know, a moral wrong, you would assume if God felt that way, it would be a part of the 10 Commandments. I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm like, is slavery mentioned in the 10 Commandments? Is slavery ever explicitly said, like, this is bad? You should not do this, right? Now, some people might point to maybe something about people being created equal or something, or in the image of God, meaning they're equal. So that then means that, you know, slavery is wrong. But considering it's referenced in the Bible, it almost seems as though slavery was kind of baked into the game, right? It's a part of the rules, and it's not immoral, right? Because it's just referenced as if it's normal, right? So it kind of throws me off a little bit. I just feel like God would have been like, hey guys, slavery is bad. But maybe I just haven't, you know, seen that yet. So that's why I want to read the Bible and just kind of try to get an understanding here. You said it's allowed for, but not forbidden. See, and that's odd to me. That's just odd to me. So kind of throws me off a little bit. Exodus 27:7. Okay. Now, I'm assuming the a lot of those texts that have survived for, you know, so long, regardless of the religion or flavor thereof, is probably telling some sort of a story and conveying some sort of wisdom or information that, you know, might be useful to people. You know, how one interprets it and applies it is, you know, I gotta kind of get into the source material and understand it better before I could really make claims this way or that way. But it's interesting when you see similarities between different cultures and different religions that didn't seem to have much connection to each other. Just the idea that people at some point in time had the imagination, or maybe it wasn't imagination. Hey, maybe God was, you know, speaking to people and, you know, whatnot. But for But if you think about it from an imagination standpoint, from a storytelling standpoint, that people all around the world kind of came up with these gods or these spirits or these like these things that aren't real or aren't there, like aren't material in the same sense that we are, but they believe they have an effect on the world. I think that's a really, is that a complex idea to just kind of come up with if it didn't exist before? It seems like a somewhat complex idea. And is it just that people are generally drawn to trying to explain the universe and how we got here, so they tell these stories? Or is there some sort of hand moving that's sort of outside of time and space that is directing things or set up the board, you know? It's interesting. I mean, there's already a lot of stuff we don't see, right? Our senses only pick up so much. There's a lot of stuff going on around us that we can't measure with our senses. We have instruments, and those, you know, those pick up things that we can't pick up. But what are our instruments not picking up, right? What is yet to be discovered? Who knows? Tilly, I hear what you're saying. The whole worship me and no other, that kind of throws me off. It seems, it throws me off a little bit. Let's go. Acid Dust, welcome. Yo, your profile picture. We were playing Fallout 4 the other day. I'm trying to get to it today. We started a new campaign. It's been very difficult. There's been tears, but we're still at the beginning, so hopefully you swing back around for that. We've been getting bodied. I was like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna die, and then 5 deaths later, within like a 10-minute or 15-minute time frame, and here we are. But you don't do monogamy. That's interesting. That's an interesting conversation. Why don't you do monogamy? Nah, I mean, that's personal stuff, but you are putting it out there. So I mean, answer if you want. But I find something beautiful in monogamy. The concept of, you know, I'm with this one person and, you know, it's us against the world, so to speak, or, you know, we have this bond that is, you know, between us and it's, you know, special and stuff. I think that's a cool idea. Although I do understand, you know, having, I don't know, multiple relationships and stuff. If it works for you, it works for you. If it floats your boat, there you go. But said I don't own, you said it's because it's genuinely creepy to me. I don't own someone else's affection or bonds with others. It's interesting. I think it's more of like, if I could swear a bond to you, then you could swear a bond to me. And it's like, if my love is great enough to say that you're enough for me, why is your love not? You know, if my love is great enough to say, you're going to be the only person I'm with, then I would want your love to at least come to that level, right? Otherwise, I'd kind of feel like I'm being, you know, I'm loving more, right? I think this is an issue for me in general. I do think I don't know. I mean, this is maybe projection or something, but I feel like I care about people more than they tend to care about me and stuff. And it's led to me. It's led to issues. It's led to issues, right? You know, because people can take advantage of you and, you know, things like that. But I do think there's something beautiful about that. Not the taking advantage part, but it's like, I love you so much that, you know, I only want to be with you till death do us part, you know? And hopefully death doesn't even part us. Hopefully, you know, we can meet up in that next spot. But yeah, I don't know. You said genuinely horrifying and creepy to me. Wait, X, what's a personality disorder? Wait, narcissism, what are we talking about? Are you saying like loving somebody? He said, if you have 2 children, do you love them half as much or no longer? I mean, I'm trying to understand and I think I see where you're coming from. I mean, I get it, I think. And again, it's just a different flavor, I guess, of life. And, you know, people have different taste buds, right? Wait, me? If you're saying me, no, I do not have kids. I don't know if you're talking to me, though. You said, why is exclusive and romantic good? You know, it's weird because this is more of a feeling thing. I mean, there's the red pillars out there, and they're going to tell you, you know, why monogamy is good and stuff. I'm not really going to go sort of that sort of pragmatic, objective, whatever sort of route with it. I mean, I'm just trying to speak off the chest here, off the head, and just like, you know, I guess vibes and feelings, right? And if that just doesn't jive with you, if that's not, you know, your cup of tea, then that's not your cup of tea. And I don't think I'm going to convince you that being with one person is great. You know, maybe one day you'll meet one person that you're like, oh my gosh, I think I just want to be with you. And if you want to just be with me, that would be really cool. But I don't think I'm going to be able to like convince you one way, or I could say something that would, you know, and it's not something I'm going to fight for. Like, I don't really care if people want to go out and be with 20 different people. That's your business. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's interesting to hear it though. It's interesting to kind of get your perspective and stuff. Because I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my gosh, I'm the most, you know, monogamous person and da 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 da. But when I think about things like marriage and stuff, I think of monogamy, you know, generally. I think of like, I have never been married, but I would like to only be married one time if I get married. You know, take the vows of death till death do you part rather seriously, right? I think loyalty is valuable. So, and love is like a loyalty. Or it kind of instills a loyalty, right? That's why you come to the aid of your family. You come to the aid of the people you love, because there's a loyalty and a responsibility there. If there wasn't, do you really love them, right? I mean, I don't know. This is just kind of my, like, again, I'm spitballing here. I'm kind of like, you know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my whole thing. I mean, it's like whatever level of commitment you want, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day. You said loyalty and exclusive are not the same thing. But thanks for implying I don't care about people. Oh my gosh, Tilly, why are you always trying to reframe what I say? To be like the most negative thing you could possibly interpret. You know, sometimes when people are giving their own sort of thoughts on things, especially off the top of their head and everything, and just kind of trying to, you know, move through their own emotions and just sort of understand like the underlying like mechanisms that are, you know, pushing them towards certain feelings and actions and thoughts. You know, they're just trying to be honest and say things, and it's not an attack. It's not to say that you're morally wrong or you can't feel this thing, or, you know, it's really me just trying to express myself and help you understand, and then like from your responses to me, you know, helps me understand where you're coming from. But I mean, I don't know, guys. It doesn't matter what I say, I'm gonna offend somebody. Unless you weren't talking to me, in that case, disregard everything I just said. But guys, this is the Black Hole Radio. Get sucked in, hit the like button, okay? I'm Astralarius. If that's too much to say, call me Astral. If that's too much, call me Astra. Guys, if that's too much, just call me Ass. All right? Gosh. Okay. Disregard G. Wait, what? Oops. Wait. You said you think. Okay, who are you talking to? You think commitment is impossible without controlling every single thing someone feels. I don't know if is that meant for me? Sometimes when I get ranting, my eyes, you know, it's hard to follow chat, you know, when I'm like flowing, when I'm contemplating contemplation. So, bird and hair. Yo, this is bird and hair radio. All right. Meet up with my friend Dancing with Wolves. Dances with Wolves. Bird and hair. Bird and hair and Dances with Wolves. Dirty money. Isn't that the name of the movie, right? Is it Dances with Wolves or something? You guys know what I'm talking about. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. Birds. Welcome to the albatross nest. I can't remember, was that Not Laws or was that Garrett? I don't know if y'all are in chat. Some tribal flute music. We might need some. Hey Garrett, yo, holy shit, bro. Have you been here? Because I mentioned your name and you pop up in here. Yo, welcome back. You know, it's funny. You disappeared for a while on me there. You were here this morning or yesterday. Good to see you. Birds aren't real. True facts, 100%. Something I've noticed, and it's probably just from moving around, living in different places, but when I was a kid, there were so many birds. I swear there were so many birds. And as I've gotten older, I swear I see less birds. Now, I have moved around and stuff, so it could have to do with that, but it's just crazy. It's kind of crazy to me. Like, where's all the birds? FF7, are you talking about Final Fantasy? I don't think I played Final Fantasy since, was it on GameCube at some point? I didn't have a GameCube, but my friends did, and I think we fired up Final Fantasy when I was very young. But a franchise, I might want to get into. I'm trying to think how no. It was Kingdom Hearts I played a little bit of. But no, Final Fantasy, I'm trying to think on like old school stuff. Because I definitely haven't played any in the last 10, 15 years. I was about to look up. Oh, the flute. Okay, we got both playing at the same time. I don't know how or why, because I think they're in the same tab. Yo, YouTube does this. Oh, no, they're not, actually. I'm kind of slow. This is coming from Elton Epstein Music. Yeah, the synchronicity here, guys, is wild. But let me open up this channel, you know. It says background music for free, or instrumental background music for videos. So hopefully you're not getting claimed, but Elton Epstein Music. So I'm assuming no relation, but guys, we might have just found a clue in the Matrix. No, I'm just kidding, but Dirty Money. Dances with Wolves. What is it, bird in here? Nest on head. Wait, was that what it said? Low beats traffic to lo-fi 2. Yo, my brain just got twisted, contorted. What is this? I have no idea. It's the White House. That's some of yesterday's stuff. Alex Stein, Big Booty Latinas. He had a really compelling argument that I've not heard people make about immigration and illegal immigration and Big Booty Latinas. We covered that yesterday. It's rather interesting. Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Yo, slow and low. I feel gross. I don't even want to say it. All right. We got our fill. I think we got our fill. I feel pretty good about it. Crisis Chronicles. Maybe that's what it was. This is one game I wish I could remember maybe it was Final Fantasy. I mean, was that multiplayer? There was this game I played with a friend. We used to go to his house and it was so fun. And I hardly remember anything about it, but I don't know why I'm bringing it up. I just wish I knew what game it was. Anyway, it's beside the point. What am I talking about? Eagle 98. All right, all right. For me, it's really the copyright situation. Yo, I'm playing Fallout 4. We love the music in Fallout 4. We love the radio station, right? Diamond City Radio. But the music in the game gets copyrighted on my stream, and then it's like blocked in some regions. And I'm like, are you serious? So, I don't know. It's not too big of an issue as long as it doesn't block me while I'm live. But it's still frustrating, and I'm not sure if it's something I could dispute because it's in a game. Oh wait, who did you say though? Eagle 98. Eagle 98.1, the rock station. Is that what you're talking about? Eagle 98.1, the rock station. Yeah, people always say that. And then after my stream goes up, YouTube likes to notify me. Oh my gosh. And it's annoying because you could only put in one claim at a time. So you can imagine if the stream is 4, 5, 6 hours long and I have music playing in the background, every single one I have to click a button for and wait for it to process, which might take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. So if there's like 20 claims, it's just all day of, or just, oh, looks like that one's done. Let me click the next one. It's annoying.
USP and Playfly Sports.
Renovation, new build, we solve it all. See the work at westleyusa.com or follow us on LinkedIn.
Eagle 98.1.
Eagle 98.1.
DGL and AC1 Baton Rouge.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day is on the air.
Alright. I mean, I'm gonna give him a sub. What's up? What's up? Wait, you said they have a drop down. Okay, I'm looking.
Man.
What are you talking about? I'm looking for this stuff, guys. I feel like this is just definitely some shit I could not listen to on here. What are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to do my investigating on that. I can't play their whole broadcast. Plus, they sound like a real radio station, right? So they're like syndicated. And they have like, you know, licenses and whatnot. So I'm like, Means the music they have to play might be licensed. Researching things I need to learn about, guys. Yeah, I know. I'll figure it out. I subbed. We're gonna figure it out. Really need to get off my ass and just, there's a couple things I need to do. So, I'm gonna try to have that done today, tomorrow. I think I'm gonna be locked inside, hopefully, for the next... I say hopefully. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be locked inside for... maybe today, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. So I'll be able to get to a lot of this stuff. I say that, but I'm gonna get distracted talking about aliens or something with y'all. Oh yeah, that, yeah. When I was making music, I was more engaged with that. I'd use Splice, and I like that service. You pay a subscription, but you know, you could get a bunch of samples and you essentially have the licenses for them. So I was using Pretzel. I just stopped paying for it. That was a service I was using. I stopped paying because I still was getting copyright claims. And there was just some weird thing with, well, this company bought that company and their playlists or music catalog didn't move over. It wasn't updated in the system. And I don't want to dispute a claim and say that I have a right to it if I don't have a right to it. Right. So it just kind of became frustrating because the whole reason I was paying for the service, and this is, I don't want to talk bad about the service. Like I liked, you know, some of the music on it and stuff, and it was, you know, useful for a while and whatnot. But it was just, I was trying to avoid the headache. Right. And I thought, okay, I give you guys this much money a month and I'm good. So if I still have to deal with that headache, it's kind of annoying. So it's like, why am I going to pay for the headache? Might as well just deal with the headache for free. Wait, it's a list of music, 60s to present. Oh, okay. I don't know. I know how to use the internet. I don't know why I'm being so slow. I'm assuming it was under playlists, though. You said it's jazz rock, 60s to present. Yeah, our screens are different. I don't know why I'm not seeing what you're seeing, guys. The algorithms are manipulating us. They're showing us different information. Look, we can't even share information with each other. We're getting different results. Aliens! True. The Trump poo-poo sandwich. Really utilizing the Socratic method there. Put a question mark at the end of it. Alright. I'm scared to leave the music because I want to step away and make a drink here. You know what I mean? Stretch my legs. But if I leave for an extended period of time of 5 minutes or longer, who knows what's going to play next. So let me go to their playlists. Oh, I'm in their playlist. Okay, so in theory, you should be good. So listen to the birds, listen to the ambient music, the ambient sounds. Listen to the sounds. What's going on, Trap Before JT? Welcome, welcome. How is life in Ukraine? Always good to see you. The plan for the rest of my stream, you know, I need to check my little schedule book here because, you know, I hopped on to get that one in because it was going on and I had the time and I, you know, wanted to hop back on stream with y'all. So I don't have the rest of it necessarily planned out. I did want to get to some gaming later. But in terms of news coverage, I went to sleep after the last stream, woke up and got on with y'all. So, and I've been pretty engaged here, so I haven't been looking at the going-ons of the day. Although Tilly's here. Who else is here that wasn't here yesterday? I mean, Dirty Money is here, Not Laws is here. I mean, there's a lot of you here. There's some subjects I could circle back on because there's videos I didn't get to yesterday. That I think would be interesting for y'all. I was hoping Kami would show up, but he must be passed out or something. Pick your guys' brains on some stuff. You're a clown? Question mark? There was surprise children's music. Well, you know, Christopher had a birthday. Oh no, you're talking about, I don't know if you were talking about the last stream or you're talking about, oh my God, that playlist. That was, oh gosh, that was terrible. That was terrible. Outlaw was here. Are you talking? Wait, who? Wait, which one? Wait, Outlaw. I don't know if that's like your new nickname for somebody. The song. The song. It was so funny because it took like 2 or 3 times of you guys calling it out for me to even find it. I feel like it must have played for y'all because I liked that playlist. I didn't know what the last song was though, so I'd oftentimes play that playlist and then go and, you know, do whatever I got to do and come back, and that song we've already played and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Oh, Jesse James. 4 mass shootings in the past. I'm assuming 2 of those are, one is in Michigan at the church. One was in North Carolina at a restaurant on the coast. The shooting, if I remember correctly, was essentially a drive-by off of a boat at a restaurant. The other 2 I'm not familiar with, so that's my assumption there. I was gonna pull up X because a lot of times, I mean, that gives me an idea of like what's going on. And then obviously perusing my subs and stuff, and the news. I mean, the news. But what do we got? Happy birthday, Cuphead. Okay, Cuphead has turned 8 years old. So you've heard it here, possibly first. Elon Musk calls ADL anti-Christian hate group after Michigan church shooting. Interesting. Board of Peace. Netanyahu, obviously that's going to be trending. BB. So yeah, a lot, you know, because of the meeting, that's kind of what's going to be up there. J.K. Rowling is randomly. You know, J.K. Rowling, I'm interested. I just want to see. Okay, so she looks like people are bigging her up for her political stances and stuff. I have no issue with you know, J.K. Rowling. They do their thing. I mean, I enjoyed Harry Potter. I read the books when I was a kid. I don't really keep up with her politicking. I know that she was one of the more prominent, famous TERFs. I believe she was a TERF, or is a TERF. But I think she was one of the larger ones early on. So I don't know if that was her catapult into quote-unquote politics, culture, and all that. But I don't know. I think it was, but I could be wrong. What do we got? The ADL stuff with Elon. Ariana Grande throwing her hat in, asking Trumpers if their life has improved under the president. Ted Cruz accuses Taylor Greene, Marjorie Taylor Greene, of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Canada launches pilot buyback for banned assault-style firearms in Nova Scotia. U.S. Treasuries, Kazakhstan. What's going on in Kazakhstan? Oh, this is interesting. A pyramid that dates back 3,400 years has been discovered in Kazakhstan. The pyramid was unearthed by archaeologists from Karaganda University during a 4-year excavation in the Shet district of Karaganda. It is situated on a hill that overlooks the Taldi River. Interesting. We keep finding pyramids, and they keep being very old. What does it mean? Were people randomly stacking blocks in this shape? Was it some sort of energy system from ancient time that has been lost to our civilization? Find out next time on the History Channel. All right, JT. Take it easy, take it easy. You said you like her a lot. She's not anti-Semitic, just pro-America. Tilly says, crushingly mediocre. Author gone nuts and sitting in a castle with mold. I don't know. I guess I'd have to look at some of her claims. I mean, again, I haven't seen any crazy claims from her, but I don't follow J.K. Rowling like that. So only when, I guess, her stuff gets big enough to, you know, reach the mainstream, right? So, but if she's made some crazy claims, let me know. You said she's actively giving money to anti-trans legislation now. Well, you'd have to be, I would have to look at the legislation. Because when some people say anti-trans, and I don't know. We would have to get into the weeds a little bit and see what that actually means. Well, he's been MIA. Juan? Wait, really? Oh shit. Well, I'm gonna have to wish him a happy birthday. Are you serious? I dropped a comment on one of his last VODs. I've been meaning to stop in when he's live and hop in the chat, say what's up, show support and everything, but if he's on today, I'm gonna definitely try to stop back, wish him a happy birthday. She usually pushes through anti-trans stuff and hangs out with white supremacists. You know, the whole white supremacist, racist, anti-Semitic. If you say those things, then we're gonna have to name those specific people, and then I gotta look into specific reasons that you're calling them white supremacist. Because I don't know. I take that stuff with a grain of salt until I see proof or something that makes me think, okay, this person might be a white supremacist, right? Because people throw around words a lot nowadays that, you know, are very aggressive and I don't think necessarily paint the most accurate picture of people, right? So, in terms of the trans, what'd she say, legislation, what were you saying? She's leapers through anti-trans stuff. So, yeah, but again, I need to know what anti-trans stuff is. Like, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Because if it's like, oh, she doesn't think that trans women should compete with biological women, and you call that anti-trans, I feel like that's a little bit disingenuous, because I feel like there is a conversation to be had there, and to completely hand wave one side's opinion on it, although I understand like where your your viewpoint's coming from and stuff, you think it can't be debated, but obviously it can, because it is. And you know, being able to debate it and being able to bring people to your side will ultimately make you more accepted, or the ideology more accepted, and more things will go your way. So I mean, this is my thought. I mean, damn it, Tilly, I think you missed yesterday, because I went on this whole, damn it, I had this whole like philosophical tangent and this hypothesis that I think there's a strategy issue with gender spectrum ideology, transness and stuff when it comes to assimilating or being accepted into like broader society, right? Because the goal at the end of the day, right, is to be accepted by broader society. And I feel like there might be a different way to go about it than it's currently going, people going about it, that would lead to more acceptance. But, you know, I could be wrong. Anyway, damn, we might revisit that. And that's why Tilly's here. Kami, I sent him a whole little blurb on it. I might copy paste and send that to you just so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. And get your 2 cents on it. Well, you say that, but I mean, aren't there people that make you uncomfortable? Right? I mean, I don't know. Are you uncomfortable around Trump supporters? Are you uncomfortable around Christians or monogamous people or people that preach monogamy? I mean, but you'll sit here and I imagine you'll bash people that make you uncomfy, and you'll speak about it and stuff. So, and you'll want to pass laws, I imagine. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if they benefited you and disadvantaged the people that you find to make you uncomfy, I wonder if you would be in support of it, right? So, well, I don't know if it's a ban from sports. I think that's a bit of I just don't think we're having the most honest, straightforward conversation about it. Because I don't think it's a banning from sports. You know, some people will say, well, make your own league. And well, there's not enough of them to make their own league. Well, okay, if there's no difference between men and women when it comes to sports, why do we have a separation in leagues? Why don't we just have open leagues where men and women compete with each other? Would you have an issue with that? Right? I just don't think we're being completely honest in the conversation. And it's just like, well, if this side doesn't agree with me, then they're bad. And I just reject that. I am interested in, the concept of decoupling sex and gender being a societal construct, and not putting oneself in a box based on immutable characteristics. And I find it interesting. That's why I entertain the ideas, and I'm interested in it and I think about it. But I think, speaking pragmatically to actually get closer to what I think your goal is, I just think there's different ways to engage with the side that you're saying is oppressing you. You know, if more people believed what you believed, right, or were on your side, then there'd be less oppression against you, right? Like, logically, right? So it's like if there was slavery against a race of people, right? Let's say white people are enslaving somebody, right? Now, we want white people to stop enslaving people. Well, you're going to have to convince enough white people to stop doing it, right? And to fight against the other white people, right? You can't just say, like, all the white people are bad. Like, you kind of need them on your side to stop the system from, you know, continuing as it is. So, I don't know. This is just the way I think about things. If you're making more enemies, you're probably hurting your cause. So, before people go, oh my gosh, everybody was enslaved, it wasn't just white people enslaving people. I was not saying that, please. For the love of God, don't put words in my mouth. Let's call it an example, an analogy, or whatever. So, Okay, Tilly, I need to source this. If you have a source, we'll probably pull this up at some point, but you said that we have separate leagues because men got angry, women were beating them, and, you know, again, I don't, you know, nothing's impossible, I suppose. I just doubt that. I doubt that. Now, that might be a bias, okay, that is coming through me right now, but I need to see something on that. I need to see something on that. Because that's just doesn't really make sense to me. And I'm gonna go ahead and say there's probably some places that women would beat men. What is it, like gymnastics? I think there's probably some moves or some things in gymnastics that women are better at. I'm trying to think of like what else, and this isn't to say every sport has to be you know, a split between sexes. Like, there's some sports, I think like the contact sports, like if you're talking football, basketball, things like that, then you're probably going to want to separate it, just like we have, you know, separate weight classes and stuff in fighting. You know, it's just to take account for the average differences between groups of people and to try to make it fair and safe and stuff, you know, as it can be when you're smashing into each other and hitting each other and stuff, right? So I just think it's disingenuous to be like, it's because they hate me. Maybe some people do hate you, but there's always going to be a group of people out there that hate you. And not just you. I mean, there's going to be a group of people out there that hate me, that hate probably everybody in here for some sort of reason, right? I like to assume that this group of people is small. Unless I'm a terrible person and you know, I get exposed as a terrible person and everybody hates me because I'm a terrible person, right? But, you know, if I'm a decent person, geez, that's loud, then I think that although some people will probably hate me for whatever reason, most people aren't going to. And, you know, I've said this, if I go outside and it's a beautiful day and there's a million people standing in front of me and I'm like, guys, it's a beautiful day, somebody's going to disagree, okay? Somebody's going to be like, nah, this is a shit day. Look at the sky. It's not even that blue. You know what I mean? It's just like dumb shit. So, I mean, I can't sit here and account for like every single person's, I don't want to say stupid opinion. You know, my opinions might be stupid, but you kind of get what I'm saying, right? I never said people didn't hate you. I literally just said there's probably people that hate you. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I mean, there's just, you know, it's probably people that hate me. Hey, Kami, you finally fucking made it. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hellenic Olympian Games. No. What kind of sports were they doing? It was a co-ed thing? I'm just telling you, based on what I see, based on what society tells me, based on how society, like, it's like, well, women generally have to, you know, take extra precautions when being around men alone and stuff to, you know, to be safe, right? Men are violent and men are, you know, could take advantage of them and could overpower them. If that wasn't the case, then why is there so much literature? Why is there so much of that pushed in feminism? Why is there so much of that sort of in the culture of like men are violent and men are dangerous and women need to be careful? if they were on an equal playing field when it came to physicality on an average. It's just like that fact alone already makes something feel off to me. You see what I'm saying? So, and I don't know that it's necessarily just a propensity for violence, right? Yeah, Daniel, and and that's the thing is, they say Trump's most popular or most effective ad was I believe it was an ad about trans people. I think trans people in sports or something, something around, trans ideology and stuff like that. And apparently that was one of his most effective ads, as reported by people, You said the Greeks in antiquity. No, sure, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, you said no females allowed. Not even to watch. The feeble mind of women couldn't and wouldn't stomach Nick and men. I'm not sure your point. Safety, okay, ability gap, right? Okay, like the WNBA, they objectively are just not as good. I mean, wasn't there like a soccer team or something where it was like a professional women's team and they went against like a high school team and they got blown out? And again, maybe that's anecdotal. I mean, we need a bunch of cases and make a study on it, but I just think if it was so even, then you would just see women going, because isn't the NBA an open league? Isn't the NFL an open league? Like, I don't think you have to be a man to be in those leagues, right? Or am I wrong? So if it was so equal, I mean, the women would complain, well, we're in the WNBA, we don't get paid as much as the players in the NBA. Well, if everything's the same, why don't you just go play in the NBA and then you get paid more, right? So it's just like, again, on its face, on just the way that things are set up, it just doesn't really make sense. Yeah, have at it. Hey, if you want to go for that, right? Anyway, the sports hill, I just don't think is the best hill to die on, especially early on. You want your movement, from my perspective, you want your movement to be broadly accepted, and I think you're going to have to make compromises at least early on to garner that acceptance, and you might be moving backwards by dying on some hills. But again, I mean, I don't know. What do I know? Oh my gosh, Tilly. I really want to grab a smoke before I get into this. I'm gonna send you what I sent Kami real quick. Wait, should I just pull it up on screen? Let me see. I'm just trying to see if I wrote it well enough to put it on screen. That way I could grab something to drink and you guys could kind of read just this hypothesis I've been working on and really where I'm coming from on this. Is it concise enough? I don't know. Oh, Lord. Hey, what are you talking about, Kami? I'm talking about the message I sent you. It's just like a whole rant and tangent, so I'm just trying to work it through my head here. Basically, man. It's just like once I get going on this, I have a feeling I'm just gonna be going on this for a second. But I'd like you guys to understand me. You guys are playing a definition game. Oh my gosh. I think I'm just gonna send this over to you. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from in it. I mean, Kami, I wanted to talk to you about it. I wanted to talk to you guys about this. I'll send it over to you. When I come back, I'm going to go do something, grab some shit. I'm going to come back to stream. I'm staying on. Give me like a few minutes. I'd like to get your 2 cents on this, Tilly. So I'm going to copy paste this over and send it to you. It's just the Kami, don't stress. It's just the message I sent you, trying to, I don't know, just like think about my stuff and kind of get your 2 cents on it. Hopefully we could actually have a conversation about it, because I think it's interesting, and it would be cool if eventually you could come on stream. I mean, I wouldn't mind having you guys on stream to chit chat. Eventually, I would like to, be able to have like voice conversations with people on stream. I think would be pretty cool. Obviously, be civil and all the good stuff and whatnot. But yeah, probably can't be as unhinged as you are in the chat, because I want people to be comfortable overall, you know? Either way. One day, Kami, you're going to be up here chit-chatting, sharing that beautiful voice of yours. Tilly, maybe you. Who knows who's going to be up in here, right? Maybe we'll get some FBI agents, CIA agents, NSA. How you doing, guys, if you're listening? It's going to be interesting, guys. It's going to be interesting. Ooh. Oh wait, okay, sorry, let me send that over to you, Tilly. I'll just read it out loud real quick and then I'll come back and I guess explain it in detail. So I'm thinking from a more pragmatic standpoint. I have a hypothesis that I want to dive into with you guys. Basically, I think this conversation goes back to Plato and Diogenes, or the idea of what's going on and where the disconnect for people is. So basically, there's this argument more or less between Diogenes and Plato. And Plato was obsessed with form, and he was obsessed with defining things, right? And he was like, well, I could define a man, right? A man is a featherless biped, right? A featherless creature that walks on two legs or whatever. Well, Diogenes thought this was funny and plucked a chicken and was like, behold, your man. So the idea of this, or what I think is, this is my hypothesis, is that when it comes to sex and gender, most people have this idea of a form in their mind. It's sort of like Plato. And the form checks whatever boxes it is. It might be chromosomes. It might be, what is it? The sex organs, height, this, that, the third, whatever. Like a bunch of things. But all of these things kind of come together and culminate this idea of a form, right? But then trans people come over and they're kind of like Diogenes. And they're like, aha, but you say it's an XY chromosome or XX, but what happens if somebody has an extra X? Oh, you say a woman can get pregnant, but what about women that can't get pregnant? And these, I would say, are statistical anomalies in the sense that they are not the average. Again, if somebody has 9 fingers or 11 fingers, these people exist, but we say that humans generally have 10 fingers, right? It seems very hard to have these perfect categories. What is a chair? Well, a chair is something with four legs that you could sit on and it has a back. Okay, is a horse a chair? What about a screwdriver? A screwdriver is a screwdriver and my chair is a chair. These are not the same thing. But I could make a really small chair that acts as a screwdriver, or I could make a chair that has a screwdriver sticking out of it, right? So it's like, now, is it a chair or is it a screwdriver? And it seems like with transness and stuff, like Diogenes was kind of like against sort of traditional stuff, right? He was kind of a free spirit. The trans is coming in and trying to change the form that everybody else, most people already ascribe to. And I feel like that's why they get so much pushback. And instead of having this like Diogenes approach, which I think a lot of people are going to push back on, I think having more of a Plato approach and creating a form. That way, when somebody asks you what is a woman, you can have a definitive answer. That answer will exclude some people because it's not going to encompass every single type of person, right? And I don't think you should use the words man or woman. You should come up with a separate word. That way you're not encroaching on the form that all of these other people feel attached to, and they're just going to like disagree with you on. But if you make your own form that is for your group, then one, because gender, like you want to say that gender isn't attached to sex, but a lot of times when we're describing gender, it's this binary between a femininity and masculinity, right? So if you would actually create a third group or a fourth group, you would actually help decouple gender from sex. And then you could, I think, more confidently say that sex and gender are two different things, because a lot of people use them synonymously. Anyway, this is my sort of thought process on it, of like a solid pragmatic approach to garner more acceptance for your movement. And sure, you're going to come up with a word. You're going to say, this is our group. And some people are going to disregard you and say that's some silly made up stuff. But over time, if the group sticks around and, you know, it has, you know, positive spokespersons or what have you, people will understand that when somebody says, oh, I'm part of that group, or I'm this thing, they'll know what you're talking about, and the language will seep into society, and eventually it'll be accepted. This is why I was interested in watching that Tyler Oliveira video on ladyboys in Thailand, because it seems as though there is some sort of acceptance there of ladyboys. And this could be for many different reasons, but something I noticed when they were talking is they made this distinction where they were saying, no, we're not women and we don't want to be in women's spaces because we'd be encroaching on them. And I wonder if it's that having that third group, not encroaching on the already pre-established ideas, but having this new idea is easier for people to accept. That is my long-winded explanation of my hypothesis and how I think that gender spectrum ideology could move forward and have less people pushing against it at the very least. Anyway, that is that idea. Cool. I got through it. So I was going to send it, but I'll just delete it because, boom. I mean, I just explained it all. Hopefully you got that. If you somehow misconstrue that into being hateful or something, then you are a lost cause, because I don't know how I can make it any more clear where I'm coming from. Anyway, I didn't mean to go like 2,000 years in the past, but I realized there's a disagreement on a very, very fundamental level. And I think it's language and definitions. And you're trying to get everybody else to agree to a new definition to something. And that's just, I'm not saying, hey, if you want to do that, I think it's going to be a harder battle to fight. But by all means, do your thing. I just think there's an easier path. However, the path I'm talking about, you do have to make compromises. For example, in sports and other places. And I mean, shit, you're already making compromises now, trying to do it this other way, because look, now, you know, trans people can't play in sports, this, that, and the third. You're still going to make the compromises regardless, because you have to be accepted by broader society, right? Just like everybody has to make compromises. So there's more coming up. Okay, about Michigan Church. All right, okay, cool. Well, we got through this rant. I'll probably circle back with the Michigan Church stuff. We touched on it last night, but you know, it's breaking news kind of stuff, so not a lot of info, and I'm not trying to go too much into conspiracy and, you know, needless conjecture when there's no information out. So it can be fun, but trying not to be a bad actor. But guys, if you haven't, hit the like button, please. Tell the overlords that this is a decent place to hang out, and it should push it to more people. Oh my gosh, Daniel, I really hope please drive safe. I didn't know I had to put a PSA out. Guys, don't be in chat and driving. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. I can see the news story now. Okay, that's morbid. Let me stop. Car accident caused by... Somehow it's like Astralarius. I'd be like, what the fuck? That's how the news be, though. They'd be like, Astralarius is a danger to society. People are crashing their cars. I mean, I talk on the phone when I drive. Kami gets mad at me. I talk on the phone. I have headphones on. It's not the end of the world. Calm the fuck down. But, and I'm driving on hard mode, you know what I mean? So I have to multitask anyway. I'm driving the stick. It's not really hard, but, it's more to do, I suppose. But it becomes muscle memory. Anyway, beside the point. Oh my God. Anyway, is this a playlist? Is this going to be cool to leave for a second? That's a whole lot of energy. But can I drink a Coca-Cola? I was on the roof earlier. Yo. Careful, man. I've slipped on a roof before. And when your feet come from under you and you start sliding and you just naturally are reaching out like, bro, I do not want to fall out of this. But luckily we were working on a chimney, and where the roof kind of came together, I was able to kind of grab onto something. It wasn't that terrible of a fall. I kind of already planned how I would fall if I fell off. I was aiming for some bushes. So I don't think I would have been, as long as I don't land on my neck, right? I think I would have been solid. It wasn't too high in the air. What was it? I don't know. But definitely need to be careful, guys, please. Yeah, guys, Coke has been getting so weak. I had to add 2 spoons of sugar to my Coca-Cola earlier on stream. If you guys were here earlier for the last stream, I don't know what they're doing over there, but something in the recipe, guys. It's changing. It's changing. It didn't look as dark as normal. All right. I like my Coke to look like the black hole. Well, maybe not that dark. Anyway, I'm kidding, guys. I'm not putting sugar in my Coca-Cola. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Swerved into the black hole. Oh my gosh. Yo, I don't know why I laughed so hard at that. See, Carol. I don't know why I laughed so hard at that. The frogs were warning. Oh my gosh. Oh, I laughed too hard at that stupid shit. See, I'm fighting for everybody too. That's the thing, That's why I just love when people are like, oh, acting like I'm the problem or I'm against them or something. I'm like, I'm actually on your side and I'm trying my best here. And if you say I'm against you, then pretty much everybody's against you. I'm just letting you know that, because I think I'm pretty reasonable. I think I'm open-minded. I really want people to get along. So if you make me your enemy, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're way out there. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say I'm any arbiter or anything of good and bad and, things like that. I like to think I'm reasonable, but maybe that's most people, right? Most people probably think they're reasonable. So I don't know. I'm just like, if people are like, well, you're spreading, you got bad ideas. You're a terrible person. Or, I guess people don't say that, but insinuating those things, it's like, okay, come on. If you're misconstruing what I'm saying, you will never convince somebody that is further away from you than me. Especially, I'm trying to be understanding and actually find a path for you to be more accepted. And the thing is, you can't snap your fingers and make people think differently. You want to be accepted by other people. You have to play the game in society, right? If I don't want people to look at me or treat me different, or I don't want to be an eyesore, I don't go out with my hair looking like this, right? But when I do go out with my hair looking like this, people say shit to me and, whatever. But I'm playing the game of society, right? I can't make people, right? You know, most people are nice and blah 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 blah, and it's a positive thing, but the point is, you kind of have to act accordingly, right? There is a certain level of conformity. The nail that sticks out is what gets the hammer. So if you stick out, you're going to get more attention. You're going to get more, and that's just what it is, right? And you could say it's bad. You could say it makes you feel uncomfortable. I mean, but that's just kind of what it is. You have to deal with it, right? So I'd say I never always liked the extra attention I feel like I got in my life, just for different reasons, but I've come to get used to it and whatnot, and I just have come to accept it, right? I'm just like, man, if you can't convince me or you make me your enemy, you're just not going to convince enough people to be on your side. I just don't think you are. But I don't know. I hate to see a blowout, man. You're watching a game and somebody's up 40 points in the first half. It gets boring. Makes me want to just jump over on the left and just try to make some arguments, guys, like on your behalf here, because I mean, I'm seeing an exodus, it seems like, from the left, and a lot of people not being happy with some of the things being promoted on that side. Not to always make it a left-right thing, but it's like, come on, guys. Like, I know you could argue better, and I know you guys could I don't know, do better. Like, let's see some lefties on the street setting up tables saying, let's talk about it. Let's debate. Let's have a conversation. Like, I want to see more of that. That'd be really cool. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Daniel. Yes, it's something that comes up into my mind. If somebody grabs my hair, I mean, if we're in a fight and it gets to that point, you know, I'm already assuming I'm fighting for my life. So it is what it is. So it might be better than pulling a gun. Although if they get my hair, I mean, you could control the head, which is not ideal. You know, maybe drive a knee into my face and just smash all my teeth out. So I'd have to act really fast in that. I mean, people, if I'm at bars and there's drunk people, some people like to touch my hair without asking, and, you know, stuff like that. So it is something I've thought about. I want to do an MMA fight. I would like to get into like doing amateur fights, at least do one in my life. And I've thought about that. I don't think they're allowed to grab your hair, right? But it's like, damn, if somebody could grab my hair, they could really, you know, again, control my head, right? In such a way that it leaves me open. So, but it's like, if you grab my hair and pull it, I'm probably gonna be trying to pull your eye out of its socket or something. Or it's probably gonna be, you know, pretty intense. But again, I mean, if I'm fighting, I'm probably fighting for my life, or at least, you know, I'm defending my life. So, but yeah. Astrolaris, you're not my enemy. You say I just haven't. I know, man. You always say I haven't realized the boot on my neck is you know, it's kind of sum up your viewpoint on me, Kami. You should wait. Arguments like wait, 50. Arguments like you should abandon the most vulnerable if it makes you feel good. I'm not sure what that's responding to. Especially politics for the depths of my non-existent Scully. Well, if you hate respectability politics, then you shouldn't expect people to respect you. You know what I'm saying? Like, then you can't really. I mean, I guess you could be offended. You can't be offended, but it's just I'm not gonna feel like, well, I don't care about respectability. Then I'm not gonna listen to people's cries that say that when people are being disrespectful. You know. I don't think being disrespectful is the worst thing in the world. I think I prefer to be respectful, right? I mean, sometimes people roll around in the mud, though. I mean, it is what it is. So, not interested in arguing, but how to reconcile. Yeah, your ideas and my ideas, exactly, into reality. It could be armor, though. It can be. I mean, it's actually it tends to. It shields my face from rain, sun. Sometimes I do bump my hair, especially if I put it in a bun or something. It'll actually will. I've actually been on my way to hitting my head on something between sometimes my bun and then sometimes I've always have a pair of headphones on. The headphones kind of act as like a hard hat a lot of the time. So, Destiny's a creep. Oh my gosh, Destiny, man. I used to watch a lot of Destiny. I liked his debates. I liked when he debated against you know, white nationalists, supremacists, race realists, and such. He's definitely, I don't know, man. Destiny has a lot of arcs. I know he's got a lot going on lately. So I don't think we've dived too deep into Destiny. I was trying to dive into Hassan because, and we should probably get into the Destiny and stuff, because there's gonna be that meeting with Congress, Discord CEO, Twitch CEO, Discord, Twitch, Steam. I feel like I'm missing somebody, but they're supposed to be talking about the radicalization of users on public platforms or public forums, and they're supposed to be testifying in front of Congress on October 8th. And I think that this is going to have an effect on moderation across platforms. So especially if they start playing clips of Hassan or certain streamers or whatever saying things that seem a little bit fucking crazy. So yeah, I mean, I've heard some of the allegations on him. I've looked into some of them, at least a little bit, you know. And it's interesting, you know. I think he's got a case. I think he's got like a legal case. So let the legal system, you know, let the legal stuff play out and everything, and see how that plays out. You know, I'm not gonna crucify somebody. I mean, I've seen some weird stuff. People live different lives than me. So I'll just let, you know, the legal stuff kind of play out, and then, I mean, I don't know, eventually I'm sure something will come across my screen and we'll be talking about it. But I need to watch maybe a little bit more of him. I just haven't been the last thing I saw from him was his reaction to the Charlie Kirk shooting. And then I think he was on Piers Morgan. He's been doing his, you know, he's always doing a lot of stuff. And I think been basically like, yeah, I don't really care. You know, if they want to be like this, then we shouldn't be respectable. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but that's, you know, the general gist of kind of what I've gathered from the snippets I've seen. He's as interesting as your ass hair now. I guess it begs the question. No. How interesting is your ass hair? Melting into a puddle of gormless hatred, like Rowling. Some of his older stuff is interesting. No. But you've never seen Destiny speak a bad word about anyone? Or are we talking about Charlie Kirk or something? I'm trying to think, has he spoken a bad word? I feel like he's, what's the word? I mean, provocative, right? I haven't hit my provocative arc yet. I don't know that I'm going to reach his levels, though. Kami, it also depends on just the region you're in and the way that people use language. Because over here, leftist and liberal, to some people mean the same thing. And then some people would say liberal is conservative, or at least or are you talking about libertarianism? Are you talking about this? Are you talking about that? So when you're saying it equals how it is, but I mean, it looks like you just said, I think you were talking to Daniel, if until a few years ago leftists and libs meant the same to you, you never had the education to discern moderate, fascist, and pro. But my whole thing is, if people are using the language synonymously, right, then to say they didn't have an education when that's just the way that everybody uses the word. I mean, I can see what you're saying though, but I don't know. Exactly. You're like, what's the damn difference? Exactly. So, but it depends what your definition of the word is. That's the thing. So I just try to go off of whoever I'm talking to. I kind of go off of the definition just for the ease of a conversation, right? when there's multiple people here having a conversation, we all have to agree on what the words actually mean. That's funny because there's liberals here that would completely disagree with that. They would think that they're the progressives that want to, you know, fight against the ultra wealthy. So, and then you have liberals that are like, no, we want small government and maximum individual freedom. So it just depends who you're talking to. And it's and then if you go to Europe, I imagine it's a completely or Austria or what have you, or wherever in Europe, it's a different definition, right? Anyway, goddamn, I get caught up with this chat. Y'all are great. I was meaning, what was I gonna do? I already explained my hypothesis. I was gonna go get some coffee, I think. Refill my cup. What time is it? Oh, I think I got some time. I need to see what my day looks like here. I kind of want to play some Fallout. My gosh, we only got 20 likes, guys. People really did not like this stream. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Only 14,000 views. Yo. I don't know if it's Trump, if it's Israel. No, is it Israel or Netanyahu? Like whatever was in my title, they did not pump that out. That's interesting. Wow. I wasn't even paying attention. I tend to not even notice the numbers. Yeah, but some subjects, when you put them things in the title, nope. I was like, oh, what the hell? The number's looking low. That's crazy. I'll keep that in mind for next time, I guess. But you know, it's cozy here. It's cozy here. We don't need 500 people. All right, well. Shoot. Oh, this one might have been like, I hate to say shadow banned or whatever, but I don't know, the algo is pushing this. So when I come back, if we are gonna do some Fallout, I think I'll switch it to a gaming stream. Switch all my stuff, like click end, click go, make sure it's under gaming and whatnot, and kind of get a fresh slate and be able to just kick it with y'all today. So, but I'm gonna let the music play. I'm gonna stretch my legs, all the good stuff. If you guys, I don't know. What was mentioned? The Michigan church shooting. So we're gonna touch on that. If you guys are in the Discord, you could stop and stream chat and drop your suggestions, links, what have you, for stuff to be brought up on stream. I think stream chat is the best place probably at this point. If you're not in the Discord, I'll drop a link here. Bam. Oh, I do appreciate the support, y'all. Freaking awesome. Oh my god, we went from 20 to 21. This is insanity, guys. A 5% increase. The support is unmatched. Honestly, I don't think there's a better community on YouTube. If I say so myself. But yeah, let's do it. I mean, is it close enough to Christmas to be playing stuff like this? We're getting closer to winter. I think they're putting out Christmas stuff in stores already. Absolutely insanity. Just wow. The rule should be get through Halloween. Anybody dressing up for Halloween? I think a Halloween stream might be kind of nice. You know, we dress up. That could be fun. We've still got time. I cannot find my camera. What is wrong with me? Oh, there it is. All right, guys. Damn, this house is decorating already. Tommy with the no money takes. I love it. I love it. I think money is very useful as an in-between to trade products, right? Oh my gosh, I think this is the... Guys. Brought to you by Audio Library. You're listening to Black Hole Radio, guys. If you like these tunes, definitely check out Audio Library. It's just crazy because I like a lot of the other stuff in this playlist, and it's chill. So it's just so funny it ends like that. It's a little frustrating because it feels like a vibe switch that's very, very big. Okay. I see you, Kami. I see you. Halloween. Oh shit. Yeah, I guess we could probably look for some Halloween music too. Ooh, some spooky music. Yes. I need spooky music for when we're doing like the creepy subjects and stuff anyway. So. Welcome to Black Hole Radio. Late night hour. Creepypastas galore. Tell your scary stories in the Discord. But yeah. Yeah, basically, right? It's just when it comes out of nowhere, it gives me whiplash at least. I'm just gonna restart this just so I have a little bit more time so before we get to that song. And we'll make my call. I'm gonna try to be quick though. Oh my gosh, guys, we're almost up to 5,400 subs. Guys, this is, again, the growth is insane. We're so close to 1 million, I could taste it. Slowly but surely.
with the vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today. And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday. Look forward to that very much, sir.
What's going on, y'all? What kind of food should I get? Oh my god, I'm coughing up a... I turn down the music a little bit. What kind of food should I get? So what I'm thinking about doing is I might let stream just play out, you know, let you guys kick it here if you want, but I'm thinking about grabbing some food and getting settled in for some Fallout. Crystal reached out. She hates me because she wants to play Zomboid and she's sick of me saying we're gonna do it. So I really want to play Fallout. She's cool at watching Fallout too, and I think we're gonna start with that, and then maybe later tonight do some Zomboid. Kami, I think you've mentioned Zomboid before, so I know obviously there's a time difference, but if you're awake and down, we'll definitely have you in there. And anybody else that wants to play, you know, I'll post the server stuff. If anybody's into Rust, I like Rust. I just want people to play with. You know, I've never gotten too far in it because I'm always solo. So if anybody plays Rust, we can get up. But yeah. Anyway, what should I get to eat though? That's the question. Because I want some food. I'm feeling hungry, famished, if you will. If I get any skinnier, I will cease to exist. So I do need to eat something. Join the Discord. I'm currently in the Discord right now getting tips and tricks on how not to suck at Fallout, which I generally am pretty decent at. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm playing trash. I think I was just tired, guys. Let me cope, okay? Okay, the cellar. So I have to check out the cellar. All right. Yeah, yo, Kami, can you hear me or nah? I like the movie theater. In theater. Another. Oh my gosh, can't spell. Fall asleep streaming, wake up streaming, yes. Any of you that were around when I first really started streaming hard, now I would fall asleep. I stream, we do like 12-hour streams. I remember I fell asleep with the stream going. I woke up and came over to the computer and I was like, oh my gosh, are we still live? I'm working my way up to a 24-hour stream. I would like to try to be awake and do a 24-hour stream. I think that shit would be fucking funny. Sometimes I don't sleep and people are like, bro, I went to work. I watched you before I went to work. I went to work and watched you on break and now I'm off of work. How are you still alive? I'm like, guys, it's hard for me to get off once I get on. So But Christopher, I think I'm probably, so right now what I'm trying to figure out is what am I gonna eat? I want to, you know, secure some sustenance, and I think we're gonna come back here, reset the stream, do some Fallout 4, and then maybe we could do Project Zomboid. And if anybody wants to join, we could play Project Zomboid. I think Crystal, one of the moderators, she's gonna be hopping in because I've been promising her we're gonna play. And then if anybody's into Rust, I would also like to play that with people because I need people to play that with, because I play solo and it gets frustrating and I never get far, but I do enjoy the game. And nobody wants to play Rust with me. I swear, nobody wants to fucking play Rust. And I get it, because it's you know, the game makes you want to rage, but then we could rage together. But yeah, what you were saying, Kami, fuck. Yeah, so I tried this mod. I generally don't do mods and stuff, but since I'm playing survival mode, you can't fast travel in Fallout 4 in survival. But there's this mod for something that supposedly connects like a handful of settlements or something underground. I forget what it's called. It's some sort of tunnel system. So I ran a few mods just to sort of expand the game parameters or what have you, and just kind of see how that is. I do like not being able to fast travel for the challenge, but if there is a little in between, that might be cool too. So we'll see how that works out. Chile, are you talking to me? I don't know who you're talking to. Or wait, did you message me? Oh, you dropped the link. Yeah, I dropped the link. Where's the link? Conspiracy hole. Okay, okay. What do we got? Hostile invasion. JD delay. I might have to pull this up. I don't have my headphones on right now, so the music sucks or whatever. My apologies, but don't have the music up or my headphones on right now. I'm giving my ears a break. So I could turn my speaker on, but I need to get everything calibrated correctly so you guys don't get feedback through the mic. Oh shit. All right, Christopher, get some rest, get some food, whatever you got to do. All right, I'm gonna try to be on. I think I'm gonna lock in today. We're gonna go out, we're gonna pick up some food, and I'm pretty much gonna try to lock in today, I think. Yeah, solo Rust is hilarious. I've had a lot of fun though doing it. I've gotten very frustrated, but I've had a lot of fun. But yeah, it is very frustrating. Yo, sorry if I just blew your ears out. Microphone stuff. Oh shit. Should I leave the stream on, guys? I'm about to go make some moves real quick so I can get all the resources to get locked in. I can leave the stream going. Y'all can listen to music. My apologies if it sucks. Don't know where YouTube is gonna take us, or I could kill it now. You guys could wait until I get back, and then we can fire up some Fallout 4. What do you guys think? I'm gonna see if somebody else could drive the spaceship, and then I could be in chat with y'all. I might even go live on my phone. That'd be funny as fuck. Take y'all with me here. But anyway, I'll be back. I don't know. I'm here. All right, Kami. All right. We're gonna be refiring up the stream regardless to represent a gaming stream. But anyway, let me run, get everything locked in. I'll be in chat here in a bit, or I'll probably be in chat. So, and on Discord. Follow me on Discord or get in the Discord, guys. y'all. Sorry it took so damn long. We were out there, got sidetracked all around the place, but we have secured our sustenance, food, and everything else we need to get this stream back on track. Gonna get to some Fallout 4, maybe some Project Zomboid, do some gaming, maybe circle back on the politics and news. I don't know if you're here, Kami. Long Bong, I see that you stopped by. I appreciate you. I did get sucked pretty hard into the black hole, but you know, that happens. Anyway, I'm gonna get settled up, let y'all know when I'm killing this stream, and oh, Crystal's made it. Hey, Crystal, we might get into Zomboid later. Kill this stream and then circle back in a couple minutes and turn it back on and actually get into some gaming and shit. Because due to the subject matter of today's stream, I do think it has been shadow banned. Anyway, anybody that has stuck around, appreciate you. Hit the like button, all the good stuff. Let me get settled in. Alright guys, I'm killing the stream. I'll be firing it back up in 2 minutes. Thank you for hanging out, listening to the radio. Black hole radio. Let me kill this one and I'll be back. I'll see you on a bit. Oh, Christopher, very good. Glad to see you. I didn't mean for it to take so long. I just kept getting sidetracked by stuff and I finally got everything here. I got everything on my desk. I got the food. All right. Man, dealing with society sometimes can be so complicated, so time consuming. This is why we choose to live outside of a black hole. Anyway, guys, I'll be back in a bit. You can hit me up in the Discord if I do take too long if you want, but I should be back in a few minutes.